Okay, we're back with more Final Fantasy 13 too, although the game did not want me to play it. For some reason, audio was working in cutscenes, but nowhere else, and then restarting the machine fixed it.
Final Fantasy 13-2. The story so far.
Is
God.
that you? I won't let you go!
So far, this recap has been shockingly unhelpful. Those are technically things that happened recently.
Time and memory frozen in crystal.
I thought I saved in the middle of a stage. It's weird that it popped me out there. Okay, yes, it did.
So for my lucky customers today, you get a big dose of spirit and zest along with your purchase.
Okay. Still nothing new here as far as I know. I guess I could get droplets, but...
It's really quiet around here, so I've been talking to myself a lot, trying to keep things lively, you know?
Thank you. Apparently my mouse was captured in Final Fantasy 13, so I couldn't get it out to activate live split or remove the
Are you on your own?
mute icon.
I brought you this.
Why? What should we do with it?
You must protect the timeline. I saw you in Erba. I trust you. I believe in you.
We're in the same time as when we met in Erba. So you're the same Yule.
Yes.
But who are you? Who are the fal'Cies?
I am the Cirrus of the oldest tribe on Pulse. My visions of the future are recorded and stored in the Oracle Drive. But that is long in the past. There is no
Oh, it's Kuro from Sekiro. I'm like, why do I recognize her voice?
Now.
What do you mean?
He is tasked with protecting the Cirrus and remembering her visions. Now and forever, he will remember the entire timeline. Caius. He is beyond death.
What? You mean he can't die ever?
The Cirrus possesses the eyes of Etro, and inside Caius beats the heart of chaos. The goddess has gifted him the curse of eternity. He is a guardian, and his mission is to protect the Cirrus. The power to see the future is a terrible weapon. It can turn history into chaos.
But then, I don't understand. Why are you helping us? I mean, you do know we're trying to change history, right?
History has already been broken. The timeline had been twisted before I met you. The distortion leads to a future of death and destruction. If you change the future, you can change the past and correct the distortions. The miracle that saved Cocoon has already been altered. Someone who was meant to survive did not come home.
Someone who was meant to survive. You mean my sister? You do, don't you? You're saying that lightning shouldn't have disappeared that day.
It was because the future was changed.
So if we keep traveling through the gates and resolve all the paradoxes that are happening...
Yeah.
If you change the future again, the true past will be restored. The past that you still remember, Sarah. Together, the two of you can correct the timeline.
I wonder, like, where does the whole change the future to change the past come from? Do you think it's like we don't want to actually do anything to the events of Final Fantasy
You tell
13?
us something else. Someone has been laying traps for us inside this tower. Do you
It's
know
like
who's
the
behind it?
lamest way to do time travel I can think of.
Is here inside the tower. It has generated the contradictions that threaten
It's like making
you.
a game where you just advance through normal linear time, right? And like normal causality causes your actions to
So the
change
Caius we
things, and
met
it's like
earlier in
it's a
academia,
time
he
travel
was-
game.
An imitation
Is it?
Created by the machine.
And what about the other Caius? The one we saw in the tower?
He is real. He brought me here. And when we are finished, he will take me away.
So far, I don't think there's been any causal relationship between something we've done even early in the timeline versus late in the timeline.
And please, let me see a new future.
We had that one world where it was slightly, there's like a different skybox, but otherwise it was identical, and like the hope that lived there was the same hope.
Everyone is smiling. This is the future I wanted to see.
You just like chilling there the whole time.
I shall remember your pain. It will be carved in my heart, together with the memories of every other Yule, cursed to die this way.
I'm worried about Yule.
Yeah. But if we're going to fight, we can't afford to have doubts. She's hoping for a better future and believes we can make it. Look, the fake Caius was sent out from this place.
But where's the enemy that
Blood Rock song.
About?
Proto fal'Cie. So this is what Yule meant by sentient machine.
This thing has been behind everything. It's the one who turned the people into Seek, and it's the one who's been trying to kill us in the tower.
I'm gonna die. I haven't played in like a month, so give me a second to remember the controls.
Your turn. Take this.
Wounds. Big in peril. Do have access to Asuna, so that's nice. I can't Asuna fast enough, it looks like. And also, Deshelga misses every single time, so... Proto fal'Cie Adam, Alright, so I've learned Saboteur is basically useless in this fight. It looks like I was able to deshell one of the arms, maybe not completely useless. I was able to take one of them down. Individually deshell it. What is happening to the camera? Triple Commando seems to be working pretty well here. Chimerical.
I don't understand. How did the future Proto fal'Cie end up here?
This place must be like the void beyond. A crossroads where the future and past intersect.
And that would enable time travel. Noel, do you realize what this means? The Proto fal'Cie could have used this place to travel through time and infiltrate the artificial intelligence.
But the Proto fal'Cie wasn't just the artificial intelligence?
Kill all the humans in the tower and build the fal'Cie of Academia's
What?
future.
You're saying the Proto fal'Cie took control of the AI and ordered it to build the Proto fal'Cie. It's a closed loop. A chicken and egg paradox.
Right. A paradox is exactly what it is. The Proto fal'Cie was trying to protect the distortion that gave birth to it.
Knew all along that it was part of the paradox.
Just a sec. If the Proto fal'Cie can manipulate the past, that means...
How did you put that together? Okay.
Build itself.
I love how there's always an obvious, like, conclusion as to what's going on. And they, like, invent whatever requires the most bullshit to make sense. Incredible. I don't mind a stable time loop of like the robot going back in time to make itself or something. That's fine, but they included that the AI is a completely separate entity from the Proto fal'Cie, but the Proto fal'Cie is already like a robot. Why add the extra element? Could we just say that the Proto fal'Cie is the AI? Probably reveals my ignorance on the depth of Final Fantasy 13 fabulous exploding star crystals lore. Proto fal'Cie is not a robot. Gate of Babylon, that seems bad.
Come on! Good boy!
I forget what the command was for this. Left, left, up. Okay. Not very good. To build a chain a little bit more while he's staggered, I guess. It's pretty good for that. I still, after all these hours, have no feel for like when percentage stagger gauge is enough that Commando is better than keeping somebody on Ravager. Maybe it's here? I'm gonna run out of stagger before I kill. He's probably gonna get his arms back. Called it. Guess I'll kill the arms. I probably could have killed him in that first round if I had stayed on Ravager for slightly longer. That's okay. Do something different this time. Ultima. Well, that's not great. Hey, go ahead and kill me here. Let's just retry. Oh, we'll see what happens. This doesn't want to do that. I think that you should just game over. Like, if you don't kill the boss before it is able to regenerate its arms, it should just cause you to restart the battle. Because the difference between doing it in 2 phases and doing it in 1 phase is like a slight difference in execution, but the consequences are massive. I have to do both phases again. Probably fine still. Heals here. Demi meteor, huh? Alright, spend more time in Double Ravager here. That happened mid-attack last time, but I think we want to stay in this. Last time I single phased this, and I guess the only difference is I didn't have Feral Link on my... Last time I had Feral Link on the Ravagers. Maybe I need to have the Ravager out longer to make sure I have Feral Link into the phase change there. I'd stagger it again? That'd be kind of great. I really need you to focus fire the boss, please, guys. Got it. Okay. Alright, Grimrock 2 votes. Looking forward to that. Cinematic action.
Mog!
We gotta stop it!
No!
Sarah, now! Perfect! Okay, my turn. See how you like this! Time for you to go away. For good!
I guess it did start me in phase 2.
Thanks to Mog, huh?
You guys play around, Kupo.
You saved
Yeah,
the day.
thank you. You did great.
Yay. Crystal apple, 2 gold nuggets. Okay.
Again.
This is Hope's fault.
Huh?
He was the one who started building these things. Proto fal'Cie and AI both. Will you listen to me? Looking around for scapegoats. These fights are really starting to wear me down.
I don't blame you.
It's not gonna do us any good whining about the mistakes of the past.
We're gonna fight the same boss a third time.
Stop this thing from regenerating. I'm never gonna get out of here.
This is 3 boss fights. Oh, Grimrock 2. Okay, sure. Yeah, that'll discount it.
I got it. It's not reaching through time and reviving itself. These are all just test copies of the Proto fal'Cie.
Okay.
So you're saying the original hasn't shown itself yet? It does seem to be a little different every time we fight it.
Yeah, it has like plus 17 health.
We just have to keep taking out copies until only the original fal'Cie is left. Let's do this.
Okay.
How's this? Take that.
Is this one like immune to deshell? That its main change? I guess this time the arena's blue, so.
Let's regroup.
Let's stay on this for a second. I don't think I'm gonna get Feral Link in time. It's just like straight up weaker this time? It's gonna be like the pot dungeon in Okage Shadow King.
I guess my theory was wrong.
I'm gonna guess we're gonna fight it 4 times. I don't think they would do 5. Lure out the original was incorrect. Okay. Throw Mog?
It must have a core it regenerates from. We can attack that directly.
Thought that was the obvious joke answer.
You gotta help us. Search the fal'Cie for its weak point. You can do it.
It's a normal way to hold.
Poor little guy.
Sorry, Mog.
Okay, good. I'm glad that was the joke answer. Is the answer going to be keep fighting it until it disappears? Scream at hope is the only other choice, right? Time seems to pause during that, so that's nice.
There must be something we can do.
Mom can't solve everything for us.
To scream at hope.
The machine is manipulating the past. But then, there's no reason we can't either. Please, I hope you're watching this. Hope, can you hear me?
I wonder if they meant like
With you. These machines you
ask
built
hope for help,
are driving
like
me nuts.
call out to hope, right? Pray to hope. It's true.
Did it, Sarah?
But I didn't do anything. At least, I don't think I did.
That's funny. That seemed like the most obviously silly option.
Sarah, are you all right? Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm alive.
Scream for hope? Scream to hope.
Oh, what a relief.
You worry too much, Noel. Noel isn't himself these days. I wonder if it's because he can't remember the future.
What?
It's understandable. No one wants to think they'll forget something that's important to them.
This is fine, but what? What a transition.
You know something? When you get mad, you sure do remind me of your sister.
Careful. She might be watching, you know. We are returning to a better future.
I'm sure of it.
What a strange level we've now done 3 times. $4XX as fuck, okay.
Sarah and Noel have changed the future. The Proto fal'Cie that threatened academia is no more, and in the sky floats the 13th Ark. The people have built a society with their own hands, using technology of their own devising. However, the day when Cocoon is prophesied to fall is drawing closer. The Academy has put into motion an ambitious project to avert the catastrophe.
Wait, so is this before this? Okay. I have a feeling that this like timeline screen is just mostly nonsense. It's just not arranged in a logical way. You think it would be like, okay, the far left side is the present. The further to the right you go, the more in the future you are. And then going up or down is like branching timelines? 110, okay, just don't think about it, it's fine.
Sarah and Noel have
The
changed.
gate matrix. It's just showing which level connected to which other level, yeah. Hey, there's not an evil monster here this time. This is the first time we've time traveled somewhere where it looks like significantly different. Although I think it still is basically just a skybox versus not a giant monster in the background. But my standards are low after the last like 6 or 7 time travel incidents in this.
Welcome to the future, you say.
I know, right?
Now, is that a polite way to greet old friends? I mean, we haven't seen each other in what? How many years?
It's been all of 390 years. I guess you guys have been busy, huh?
Please come by my headquarters when you get a chance. You're guests of the Academy. Alyssa?
Later.
Where do we find the Academy head office?
It's probably the most impressive looking building. What about that one?
Kid spawns into the cutscene and immediately pushes Noel out of the way.
After all said and done, you handled the Proto fal'Cie pretty well. What did you do to it anyway?
I sort of have an idea of what happened, but I can't really explain it. It was more of a hunch, really.
A hunch. Well, we won, and that's what matters, I guess.
Wait for me! Hey, look at that! I can't afford that.
I love their approach to like, this is exactly the same as the AI level with just like the haphazard NPCs in the open. Nobody's like manning a shop, or like you can compare the look of towns in this game to like Dragon Quest XI, right? And it's night and day. At least there are towns. It's an improvement over Final Fantasy 13-1. Hey, someone's at a desk. That's new. Oh man.
Hey, look at
Welcome to
Polish.
the Academy head office.
Oh, wow!
I get it.
What is that? That place looks fun.
You would be Sarah and Noel, yes? We've heard all about you.
Okay.
All right then.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Come on, Mom.
I was like, there's no way.
They're replacing the entire building?
That way.
Good boy. What the? A Moogle.
What are you?
Yeah, exactly. That Stephanie Sterling video about JRPGs kind of suggested that Final Fantasy 13 may have been, or explicitly was, made because of absolute terror of Western critics hating JRPGs. Which I know we've talked about a little bit, but I haven't really thought about it being that intensely, like,
I hear academia is the place
reactive to
big
Western
things.
criticism.
You can do everything through a touchscreen panel. It's almost like magic, isn't it? I'm magical too. I can open shop anywhere. I can even prove it. See?
Why are you here?
Thank you and thank you.
Final Fantasy 13-1 feels reactive in the worst possible way. And this feels reactive to the first one in a way that was good for like the first 4 hours and has just kind of collapsed under its own lack of time to make anything substantive, right?
Hope told us that he invented a machine called a time capsule. That's how they got here. Back in 13 AF, Hope devised a plan to build an artificial fal'Cie. It was called the Proto fal'Cie project. He wanted to use the new technology to re-levitate Cocoon. But then one day, Hope saw a certain prophecy in the Oracle Drive.
So I activated the Oracle Drive and watched the prophecy. I saw you fighting the Proto fal'Cie, and I saw you screaming out at me. Your machines are driving me nuts!
Well, I was getting pretty ticked off by that point.
Well, exactly. So we were forced to reevaluate the project, and eventually abandon it.
Your machines are driving me nuts. Oh, I don't know about this project, guys. Ooh.
Okay, you saw Sarah getting mad at you, so you canceled your project, and then poof, the Proto fal'Cie disappeared. Is that about right? We didn't destroy it so much as it never existed in the first place.
We were following the wrong path to the future. If the Proto fal'Cie had managed to get control of Cocoon, it would have made itself the second Eden, and we'd be back where we began.
Yeah. It would have been just like how it was on the old Cocoon.
We realized we couldn't let that happen. We had to levitate Cocoon using only human technology.
Right. Not to mention that if you had kept with the original plan, your machines would have killed you.
Really? Then we owe you our lives. Thank you.
Funny, you lose your temper and the whole future changes.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of her just like yelling, I'm annoyed.
So, I bet you're dying to know how we came to the future, huh?
Kinda.
You heard about the time capsule we used? It's a device that slows down time only for its occupants. The effect is caused by the creation of a powerful gravitational field and, well, essentially we just slept as the outside world flashed forward into the
H.G.
future.
Wells, okay.
This capsule of yours, it can't take you back, can it?
Unfortunately not. And considering it broke down after a single use, I doubt it'll prove to be a popular method.
Everyone we knew and loved died hundreds of years ago. It's fine though.
Your own life for the sake of Cocoon.
Oh, the director was there with me. Hey, Sarah. After coming to the future myself, I think I understand how you must feel.
Even the Futurama episode
And
that's
Helen welcomed us with
a parody
open
of
arms.
The Time Machine by H.G. Wells understands the emotional core of shooting forward hundreds of years into the future, right?
Anxiety attacks.
Alyssa,
Please, Sarah, you have to let me apologize for the way I treated you in the past. Maybe you can't forgive me for that, but I hope as fellow time travelers, we can face the future on friendly terms.
But
Alyssa and I decided to come to the future to observe the 13th arc, the structure that appears in the sky of this time period.
that thing that's floating above us now?
Yes. In the end, we abandoned the idea of restoring the old Cocoon. Instead, we plan to build an entirely new shell. Of course, there's still the problem of how to keep such a creation airborne.
A whole new Cocoon. That's an ambitious plan.
Sure is. And that's why you're here, to find out what keeps the Ark afloat.
Exactly. When we learned of the Ark's appearance through the Oracle Drive, We had to come and see it for ourselves.
I hope this data's accurate.
The Academy has made progress.
So
on
what's
its
the purpose of the
investigation
Oracle
into the 13th
Drive?
Ark.
It's for
At this
hope
stage, there is good news and there is bad news.
to know the future?
Let's hear the good news first.
We've discovered that the Ark's reactor is powered by an ore cluster known as the graviton
It's
core.
to give Hope something to
By
do?
collecting these, there's a possibility
Because only
that
by
the
seeing the
new
future does he
will
know what
be
he's
up in the
supposed to
sky in no time.
do.
That is good news.
Yeah, okay. So now you gotta hit us with the bad news.
Each ore cluster provides only a certain amount of power. The 13th Ark, for example, requires a single graviton core. We're going to need multiple cores that we can't seem to find.
Need a hand with the search?
If there's one thing we're good at, it's looking for weird objects.
We could use the help. With you two on
Oh,
the
Fantasy 13 too, looking for weird objects.
I'll put together some data on graviton cores. Check in with the Academy front desk.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like for many situations in this game, it's like there's one extra level of complexity that doesn't need to be there. It's like just delete one of those things, right? Like just have the Oracle Drive talk to Sarah and Noel. But then we need to have Hope. Hope needs to have a reason to be here, right? I don't understand. Find the graviton cores.
Did I tell you? The director is inventing a new device.
The Academy has been making progress on the development of a paradox weapon. A very powerful weapon that feeds on time-distorting energies.
Using a paradox against itself, huh?
And the game is like super quiet. It's just I can't change the BGM versus voice balance, sadly. Try turning it up a little bit.
The war has already begun, and we're fighting to protect the future itself.
A battle to the end against Caius.
But, Director, didn't you say you were missing a certain material?
A chaos crystal. It's a solidified chunk of paradox energy, but according to the data, it doesn't exist in this time period.
Well, hey, you've still got us.
And we've got the Historia Crux.
I knew I could count
Great
on you.
name.
Once you found the crystal, I can build you a prototype.
Okay.
The technology to raise the new cocoon into the sky is already there. As soon as we have all the graviton cores, we'll have the power source we need.
Okay. Get the graviton cores. Thank you.
Even when the fal'Cie were no more, the people were still left
Video
with something.
games.
They were left with the ability to think for themselves and the technology to make those thoughts reality.
Why is her voice acting so much louder? Okay.
Hi there.
I see.
The responses are really slow today.
It's kind of a neat environment, I guess, but it's just like to move between consoles? Okay, it's fine. It's better than the nothing that is most of the environments in 13.1, so I shouldn't complain.
I get it.
Yeah.
Great.
Alyssa told me all about you.
you're helping us find the graviton cores. Isn't that right? And perfect timing. I just got an update with the latest info.
This ore, is it really that valuable?
Oh, yes. The Academy have sent survey teams all over the place. They've searched everywhere, but they haven't found a shard of the stuff. But according to this latest data, our scientists used resonance imaging to identify a possible deposit. So we do have a defined location where a team can start looking. But it's just...
It's just what?
Well, it's kind of in a different time.
Sounds like a job for us, all right. Here, show me that data.
3 AF. No one found it because of space-time anomalies. Okay. It's completely fine for video games to send you on fetch quests to go, like, get things. Here I'm struggling to explain why this feels particularly arbitrary, right? Because, like, Dragon Quest XI, which I've been praising, has you go get these, like, colorful orbs that you need to unlock progress, but the orbs are, like, interwoven into the story up to that point. You find one pretty early before you don't need to get all of them.
They need a way to lift the new cocoon into the sky, and we can help them do it. Maybe that's why we've been brought here.
You're just like, it seems like so lazy, or Hope's just like, I don't know, go get the get us gravity cores, whatever, just go. We need something for you to do right now. And we need a reason why only you can do it. Oh, they're lost in time or something. Fine. Having something that's lost in time, it makes sense that only we should be able to do it, right? But
Where should I lay?
the game is just flying by the seat of its pants so much. Let me see if I can think of a comparable sequence in, like, Chrono Trigger, because there's another game that's about time travel, right? Chrono Trigger, like, I guess assembling the Masamune sword, right? Like, you get a whole bunch of information about the sword when you're in 600 AD, long before it even comes time for you to gather it. It takes you all across the game world. Only you're able to assemble it because it requires you to go really far back in time to get a thing that's not been around for a long time, right? But it's not like they just, like, throw it at you as like, oh, here's some busy work to do real quick. Okay, bye. Yeah. Great.
Heard the boy from across the street got into the academy.
I think that Masamune is, like,
Maybe I should visit Daddy. I want to work there
elevated
too.
above good filler. Like, it's giving you something to do, but it's like, it's story. It's tied into the whole plot. It comes up later with the Mammon Machine, and
I wish people would stop parking in the street.
I'm gonna be late.
I need more sleep.
what is this music? I haven't hated the soundtrack, but often it seems like they pick weird songs for the areas that you're in. Triforce Fragments. This feels like Triforce Fragments. Shit, we planned to have 4 more dungeons here, and we ran out of money, so... All the chests have already been opened because I was here in a different
An
universe.
Academy-sponsored quiz game. We are currently accepting entries. Your entry has been accepted. Answer all questions correctly and receive a fabulous prize. Bend your mind to the task and aim for a perfect score. Here is your first question. This concludes our quiz. Unfortunately, you did not obtain a perfect score. We look forward to your next attempt at the Brain Blast Challenge.
Oh, it's from 13.1.
I want that.
No changes here.
This is quite a workout. Wonder if I could get a job on the 13th Ark or something.
Where should I look once I'm in town?
Excavating priceless items is my calling.
Oh, yeah.
I bet life on the Ark would be amazing.
Just have to, like, exit from the start menu. Hopefully there's something on this screen. I don't have to check my quest menu or something. What's the... Okay, at least this sorts it by location, I guess. Is there a quest log somewhere? Saw them all pop up back to back, but I thought I would be reminded when I got to the screen and I wouldn't have to commit any of them to memory. It said one was here, so I'll just go here.
Hey guys, you're back. Not that you've been away that long. A few hours ago, right? That's when we saw you off, but look at you now. You've
Clock in
changed
San
somehow.
Dimas is not
Like
always
you've
running.
gone through a lot in a short time. So Noah was telling the truth about time travel and all that jazz. Don't tell the townsfolk about it, though. Who knows how they'll react. You gotta be tired. Go home, get some rest.
We got like 6 pop-ups in a row about different places to go for graviton cores.
I kind of feel bad. Google it in a second. Whoops. Come on, Mom.
Is there a map option here? So I don't have any markers. It said there was one here. I was almost positive it did. What's if it's like a variation on this place? Alright, well, take Aki's advice.
Time and memory.
Just saying, this is where I just came from. This is the boss I just beat. Looking it up. Graviton cores. Gathering the graviton cores. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh no. I was worried that this was going to be like Metroid Prime collecting the keys, getting a little bit of value out of the existing zones kind of a thing, but it seems like it's like even less substantive than that. Because I was thinking like, oh, we'll go back to the area and maybe there'll be like a big change or a new cutscene or... No, it looks like you just have to like scan with Mog in a specific area in each of like 7 maps or something.
Things are kind of boring. Nothing's happening.
You said it, man.
Today's peaceful, but who knows what tomorrow will bring.
Is it not on the map? Let me look on screenshot here. Don't think any of them have map markers. Oh no. I'm using a guide. Maybe they all spawn on little metal plates like that. Oh, fuck this. They're really struggling to get content in this game. We already did the AI computer world like 3 times.
I've gotten used to doing my rounds. I just want to forget what happened.
All about reusing content. I think when it's done well, it creates some of the best games I've ever played, like Elden Ring. This does not appear to be that. Russia Ruins 5 AF.
Time.
We've been to every zone at least twice so far, except for we haven't been to the very beginning area. The New Bodum, we've only been one timeline there. Apparently I need a chocobo for this one. I feel like they could at least give you some like tips on the map or have an NPC mention it or something. Be like a scanner. I think the actual intent is just get you to comb over all of these maps again. Chocobos show up on the map. Yeah, exactly. You know, I really wonder then, is the original sin of both Final Fantasy 13-1 and Final Fantasy 13-2 just their commitment to making the game long? Like, I wonder if 13-1 had been like a 9-hour game or something, if they could have made something good out of it. 13-1 didn't feel like it had, well, I guess you get to the Calm Lands and then it turns into filler. I don't know. Okay. Right past the long stairs are the first gate you found. They want me to go here. Hold on. This one, maybe? I think it is supposed to be in here somewhere. I have it turned off specifically for this game. I'm being so mean to it, I don't want to attract walk-ins who are excited to see somebody play Final Fantasy 13 too, and then just shit all over their game for them. It's here somewhere, but it involves throwing Mog, I guess? Turn back to there's a ramp. Use Mog to find it in the back corner. Oh, don't you dare be back there. Oh my god.
Come on, Mog. Come on, Mog.
Is this real life? I need to think to describe why this is bad, right? I would be completely fine with a video game that puts little hidden collectibles somewhere like that. That's kind of a neat idea, I guess. Nothing about this mission suggests that something would be hidden behind the geometry like that. Oh my god. There's like no rhyme or reason to like how they're hidden. Like I feel like you'd say like, oh, look for this sign or whatever. Academia 400F.
Time and memory.
Holy moly. Like the difference between being really excited about like super well hidden secrets and stuff that's just like, you know, extremely silly. Well, there's a map here, but it's like really tiny resolution. Make your way towards the Chocolina closest to you. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? That's it. Down the ramp behind her. Take note the ramp is moving in the opposite direction, so you have to continuously jump down the ramp until you reach the bottom. Yeah, exactly.
Don't hate me.
I think a big part of what I've respected so much about Dragon Quest XI is just that it doesn't feel reactive for the most part. There's a couple of points where it's like, you know, it seems kind of bad, so it's nice that they're trying to address it. But it seems to kind of just own that, no, this is what we're doing, and we're doing it. So fucking deal with it. If you don't like it, don't play it, right? Or like both this and Final Fantasy 13-1 felt like they were so it was like so ashamed of itself, right? But then also not willing to like commit to completely changing things. It's like let's just try to do it so that it aesthetically looks like it's different. And maybe we'll trick people into thinking we didn't make a turn-based JRPG. I have no idea where I'm going here, to be honest.
Darn!
Good job!
Yeah, right. I feel like the game could do a little bit of work to help you with tracking these things. It gives you like 6 back-to-back pop-ups, and like everything about video games has trained me to believe, oh, it's giving me 6 back-to-back pop-ups. These are being like archived somewhere, or when I go to the Historia Crux page, it's going to summarize it for me somewhere. I don't want to go that way.
Here we go! I've got this. Here!
I thought there was one in Final Fantasy 13-1 for the Calm Lands quests.
Here!
Seatstone quests. Yeah. Invisible thing, random corner, 1 map needed to progress.
Here!
Random corner that you have to jump to with a chocobo, apparently. And it looks like it's an out-of-bounds area. Like, I guess it's technically on the map, but... it looks like it's a little decorative corner. One that came down around here somewhere, maybe. Let's stop getting into random battles. You see, I hate IGN's wiki guides. Does someone else have a guide here? Segment next.
Here we go! Here! Here!
Oh, does it let you find them early? I was under the impression they didn't spawn until just now. It would be less bad if you could just have all of them when you first get there, I suppose.
Keep going.
New Bodum one you can't get right away.
Here.
The Urba one you can't get right away. The Academia AF 400 one, I think you might be able to get the Brush or Ruins one right away. It just says you have to have Moogle Hunt. Alright, after you've defeated Zenobia, you can find the core in Newtown near Chocolina's shop. Look for the core in the north. Oh, it's this one, I think.
Go, Mog. Come on, Mog.
Basically, all of these, it seems like they're blocked by once you finish the zone, you have to come back to the zone after it automatically kicks you out to get the thing. Urba 200.
Time and
After fighting Caius, you can mount a chocobo and get on the rooftop beside Chocolina's shop. Definitely there's a brand of like corporate shame that you can detect in art, and it's less shame and it's more like the suits panicking that it's not going to be popular and it's not going to work. Like all of Space Jam 2 feels like that, right? Just an infinitely hedged bet. But at least that ends up like presenting in a much more interesting way, I think.
Goddess must like us.
Yeah, exactly. Supposed to be here.
Did you come to check out my chocotastic selection of goods?
Are you serious, Saki? Wow. Does she not sell greens? She does, doesn't she? She definitely sells greens. If there's one item in the game that this character sells, it's greens, right?
You'll come and see me again, won't you, Choco?
Pretty sure I could get some here. Yeah, strong 10-2. I do have to wonder whether these games were developed with a presumption of using a walkthrough. I know 9 kind of was with the whole play online fiasco. But 9's a really good game, so it wasn't compromised by it in any way. There's maybe a couple things in there that are walkthrough bait-y. Yeah.
Here. Too easy. Exactly. That's why it seemed the storm was coming right out of his mouth.
Stop commenting on that time. How did it work? The monster was eating flan and then sending them back in time through a space-time portal in its mouth? Yo. I could have sworn she sold. Wasn't this a big thing? Oh, there they are. Okay, just buy them. Just buy them and don't think. Don't speak.
Until we meet again.
This is directly the fault, by the way, of doing the red chocobo and using up all my greens. Okay. Herba.
Time and memory.
There is stuff in 10.2 that is intentional and also bad for 100%. I do love the one where you're literally just like pushing the NPCs around, like. Just confirming. She's right here. I didn't scroll past it. She doesn't have it here. Okay.
Until we meet again. Chocobocolina!
No, but that's what I'm saying is like the stupidity of the monster with the flan and the flan in the other timeline is you're like, oh, okay, so this thing eats flan, right? Cool. So I need to like do something with this monster or find this monster in the other timeline or bring the monster back in time with me to eat the flan monster. Not, oh, when it's eating flan, it's teleporting it back in time to make a giant flan monster? It's the opposite of Occam's Razor, right? What? Okay, so I need to use Chocobo. Get to the rooftop beside Chocolina's shop. Does this let you just jump slightly higher or something? It's not like the Final Fantasy X Chocobo jump. That's all I have to do.
Come on, Mom.
I don't see it up here if it's... Oh my god. Okay. Like the whole dragon eating flan thing just feels really like arbitrary, right? It's just like, oh shit, we've got this asset, we need to connect it to this other asset. And it just kind of pops up and the characters immediately tell you, oh, that must be what we have to do that thing in the previous timeline. So it's not even like a mystery for you to solve. It's just a completely bizarre, like, non sequitur. Academia AF400, I just did this one, right? Yeah. Yasha Massif AF100. Have I been to AF100? Yeah, I can't do all these yet. Sunlith Waterscape 400F. Herba. Weird. Okay, I guess I'll go back to turn in what I have and see what they say.
Time.
Yeah. It's eating flan and spewing them through time, but it doesn't exist until you pull some weather levers because you walk by them and happen to notice the interact prompt. But it's sending them through time all the time. Okay, hold on. See what it tells me if I go there with just the things I have right now, because I don't think I can get to any of the other zones yet. Sorry. Whoa. Please, Lord. Oh, Lord, why did you let me burn the Final Fantasy 13 too? Please let it have saved. I think it saved like 3 minutes ago, so I think I'm okay.
Final Fantasy 13-2. The story so far.
It's literally the same cutscene, isn't it?
Time.
I think that's my first crash, at least. Interesting that it remembers where you warped out from, so preferably you only ever want to warp out from the places that you're going to commonly return to. All right. Did I get enough of these things?
You've brought us another cluster? Thank you so much. I mean it.
Okay.
Wow, this must have been tough to find. We'll be putting it to good use, though. Oh, thanks to you two, we almost have all the cores we need. cluster? Thank you so much. I mean it. We almost have all the cores we need.
Oh, fuck.
Just
Okay.
one more to go.
Don't think I have access to the other areas unless if one of these is marked incorrectly, which I suppose is possible. So it says New Bodum 3AF, I did that. Brescia Ruins 5AF, I did that. Herba 200. I gotta use this thing. The other one's impossible to read. Herba 200, I did that. Academia 400, I did that. Yasha Massif AF 100. Have 110. You just Google somewhere else, make sure that's not like a typo or something. $100 AF. How do I unlock this? Unlock Yashas Massif 100 AF. How do I unlock Yashas Massif 100 AF? It's a gate in Academia 400 AF. Southwest corner, apparently. I think the first 4 were all in plot critical areas that I was forced to go to, but I guess this is a heretofore optional area. Deliver your explored maps. I don't see any markers for places to go. Well, let's try going southwest. Like down here somewhere? Okay, yes, there is a thing down there. Probably should go ahead and just do the attack. How do I get down there? Just attack him. He doesn't look like running past him works here. My auto battle wants to do a single target attack before doing the multi-target attack. So auto battle is good enough to solve most fights without me having to think about it too much, but it's also strange enough to be confusing, if that makes sense. I've definitely played RPGs that have some kind of variant of, you know, auto battle where it's like so bad compared to manually inputting actions that you should never use it. It's only really there for like quickly ending a random battle that you already outclass. But here it's more than fine for like even difficult boss fights. I don't think I may have input a command manually once in Final Fantasy 13-1.
One down, more to go.
I don't think I looked for this because it wasn't on the map. But I guess I had to reveal the map.
The ancient city of the fal'Cies has become the site of a terrifying phenomenon.
Oh yeah.
The first stage was a noticeable disruption.
The red spheres that talk to you?
Next, members of the Academy research team began to vanish, one by one.
Again.
Finally, as if to replace the missing people, floating crimson spheres appeared in their stead. It was not long before rumors of the Padra Ruins curse started to spread.
Oh, man. And the only thing better than them turning into crimson spheres would be like if they were just like... Everybody's like T-posing for some reason. We can't figure out why. It's a weird curse.
What I've learned here is that life has always been hard, no matter what the era.
Why was that so loud compared to everything else in the game?
Going a little hiking trip, are we?
How many people have gone missing so far?
Well, this has happened in 2 different timelines. I'm Carl. This is the last place I was alive. Hi, Carl. Loading red spheres anonymous.
This area would be so
I love that
dangerous.
they pulled this trick twice. It was already bad the first time. Find the corner of a small cliff. Use Moggle Hunt.
Don't go disappearing on us now.
Don't be falling now.
What I've learned here is that life has always been hard, no matter what the era.
Things have always been hard here. For some reason, I think of things in terms of people who are time travelers walking nearby. Sorry, that was strange of me to say. It's up in west. Doing the nighttime behemoth thing, I guess.
Come on, Cabell!
What the fuck?
How's this? Take How's this?
We got this.
Oh, didn't mean to do that.
That's it! On to the next.
Not good enough. Yeah, we're doing Final Fantasy 13, 3, Final Fantasy 15, and then probably 16 when it comes out. I am actually looking forward to that one. It's the first Final Fantasy I've been looking forward to in a very long time. We've done all the other mainline ones, and 10-2. Okay.
Time and
Wasn't on my list for now. I have played it. It was a very long time ago. Rented it from Family Video.
Sarah, did you really do it?
We had. We had collected all the ore clusters Hope needed to levitate his new cocoon. I don't think I'd ever seen Hope look so happy and excited. But this was just
As he
the
walks
beginning.
past with a
It would
completely
take a
neutral
century
expression.
to complete the new cocoon. And if the old cocoon were to fall before it could be finished, well,
I know we can do it.
He's right, you know. Have you seen that broken gate in the town? Well, it's all fixed and working normally.
We collected the ore crystals, so the future has changed, Kupo.
Yes, I think so. And look what I found. It was lying next to the gate.
an artifact. I wonder which era this unlocks.
Walks past the screen with his standard scowl. I've never seen him so
Maybe it
excited.
takes us to the day the cocoon collapses. The one we saw in the prophecy. The one where Caius is fighting.
Time for the final showdown?
No, we're 13 hours
Let's all
in.
fight together. We'll follow you to the future by a different path. There are things there I have to protect.
Right. You mean Vanille and Fang and the new cocoon.
Oh yeah, I mean, that too. Right.
It won't be long now. Hope and his team are close to raising the new cocoon. It's hard to believe, but we really are changing history.
Noel, are you worried at all? Caius has tried to interfere before. Maybe he will again.
Remember, The Caius who caused the Seath incident was just an imposter. I wonder why the real one didn't intervene.
I hope he lets us finish here.
Maybe he will. If that's what it'll take to protect Yule, then I know he will. I remember we argued about that very thing once and wait. Did we argue? I don't remember.
Are your memories playing tricks on you again? Noel, something must have happened between you two.
Damn it. I wish I could remember. Not being able to protect Yule, and being the only one left alive on the planet. And then leaving that place and traveling to Valhalla, I should know these things.
I wish there was some way to find out. But I wonder, your memories disappearing, does it have anything to do with the future changing?
There's a very broad spectrum of time travel stories. Different rules, different, like, scope to the time travel. There's some time travel stories where you just go back one time, or you just go forward one time and that's it, right? But I'm really trying to think something that could be less impactful than this, other than a game that's like, oh yeah, you're traveling through to the future at a rate of 1 second per second. This is a time travel game. Kind of? There have been 2 zones that seem to change slightly based on decisions that we made, so that was nice. But even like the zones changing based on choices we made doesn't necessarily need to be a feature of time travel fiction. You can have like The Time Machine by H.G. Wells where you just go into the future. But this game lets you go back constantly. And it tries to do this thing like, oh, if you change the future, we'll change the past, because in the future there's weird fucked up paradoxes that are also doing things in the past. It's very strange.
Oh yeah, it does look like the gate's fixed.
I think we're getting close to some kind of final reckoning. Before we jump through this gate, we better make sure we're good and ready to fight.
I wonder what Caius is up
I wonder
to.
why they considered Final Fantasy 13 one-off limits.
We still don't know if he really is against us or not.
Because there's not enough interesting events in 13.1 to undo, right?
Quiet before taking action.
There's not a lot of what-if questions you can ask.
Storm. If he is in Valhalla, then he's been watching everything we've done here. And if he sees a weakness, he'll exploit it without mercy. We let our guard down.
Oh, that's cool.
We die.
So we better not use the gate until we are definitely sure.
You know the name of that one, Aaron?
Exactly.
Not quite yet. Let me save really quick.
I'm sorry. I'm not ready. Not quite yet.
Okay, let's head back to the city.
I think, like, trying to run through, if you wanted to change something in Final Fantasy X, just as an example, stop Operation Mihen, save Wakka's brother,
Let's go.
stop Orin from interfering with Unalesca before the game started.
I'm ready.
All right then. Let's go.
Orin sacrifices himself instead of Jecht to become Braska's final Aeon. Home doesn't get destroyed.
Leaving without even a farewell?
Yuna does sacrifice herself, right? Like, there's all kinds of interesting, like, inflection points where it could have gone one way or the other.
That's what we figured. Thought we'd save you the trip.
Or at least interesting, like, what if World War II didn't happen type hypotheticals. I don't think there's anything like that in Final Fantasy 13.1.
Sometimes, when it looks
What
like
if the
all
whole
hope
game
is
didn't
lost,
happen? That's
people
basically
turn
it.
against each other. They end up full of hate. But really, when they stop and think about it, they're making themselves sad for no reason.
There you go. What if Hope's mom lived?
What would we be like that for?
Sorry, I was just remembering something. There was a time when I almost lost myself.
That's
because
cool,
I had
Leon.
so much hate in me. And then some friends showed me a way out.
Right. You mean lightning and snow.
Oh, Hope is smiling.
It all began back then. I remember, Sarah. Weren't you the first one who said you wanted to save Cocoon?
Thanks,
It was
Fern. I'll look it up.
because Snow and Lightning vowed to carry out your wishes that we all came together back then. And to this day, Vanille and Fang still keep Cocoon safe.
And maybe Lightning does too.
Yes, but the old ark is almost finished. It will fall soon. It's going to be hard for many of us to abandon our old home.
But when you raise the new ark, maybe you can help our friends as well. We won't have to bear the burden of a world anymore. And just maybe, Vanille and Fang will be released from the crystal.
That was always in the back of your mind, wasn't it, Director? If we abandon the old cocoon, maybe you could free your friends. Or am I wrong?
Whoa,
It's okay. We all knew. We wanted to help anyway.
I've had the great fortune to be helped by many people over the years. Sarah and Noel, you are the ones who showed me how the future should be. You gave
By
us all
yelling
hope.
back in time at you
helped us
that
make
you
the
find these
Academy
machines to be annoying.
Well, we got lost a lot.
Again, that's why that scene should have been call out to Noel for help. Because, like, then that would imply that Sarah figured out what was going on. Okay.
It's part of being human. But we also have the ability to build new futures.
Well, as you would say, Noel, exactly. Once preparations are complete, we plan to journey ahead 100 years. I want to be there. I want to see the raising of Cocoon with my own eyes.
I'm sure we'll meet again, Hope.
And when we do, we'll have Lightning with us.
Right. So, I guess this isn't really goodbye then, is it?
For a new future.
Yakuba? See ya.
That was not good.
I'm sorry. But in the new future that you wish to build, I no longer exist. Goodbye.
Oh, we're here again. Remember we went to the weird Coliseum and there was that god guy who was like, "Can you leave, please?" It was like the end of time or something. Too many triple question mark. Too many triple question marks. You get one. You get one. Surprised they resisted the urge to have one place that's 3 question marks and another place that's 4 question marks. Well, that wraps that up.
Is this the void beyond? No! Mog? Come on, Mog. What's wrong? Why won't you answer me? This can't be. Where did Noel get to? How do I find him?
He's super dead.
Come on, Mog. What's wrong with you? How do I get out of here? Wait, is that Yule? You're Yule, aren't you?
Yes, I am one of many Yules. From your perspective, I am a Yule.
Can't
from the
unhear
ancient
Kuro
past.
now.
But where are we?
Infinite
Trapped in this
Yules.
place?
I am not truly here. I only watch events from a distant time. This place, it is a shadow of Valhalla. In the depths of the unseen realm, I see you held prisoner.
What kind of world is Valhalla?
A shade of Valhalla? What kind of world is Valhalla anyway?
It is a place where all stand still. It is the future that follows destruction. A world where even time is no longer.
Are you saying I can't ever leave?
If you do not escape, the dream will go on forever.
Wait, don't go!
Seems pretty high stakes. Probably don't want to get into a fight with just one character.
You're a different Yule, aren't you?
Yes. You have not met me yet. I call your present age my home. You and I are the same. We are blessed by Etro, her chosen servants.
Servants of the goddess?
The power to step outside the timeline. The power to witness the future. These gifts come from Etro. Her servants are known by her blessings.
How is she connected to lightning?
My sister is also somewhere in Valhalla. What's her part in all this?
The warrior. She stands guard over Etro's temple. She is unable to leave the unseen realm, and so she turned to you for aid.
Okay.
So the ability to change the future is a gift from the goddess herself.
This is another Yule.
I suppose you're another Yule as well.
Yes. I am from
I
the
can take
future
many
you have
forms.
never
There's this
known.
form.
Very soon, my presence here will fade. There is little time
And also
to
this
tell you
form.
of the things I have seen.
I wonder if there being hundreds of different Yules with the same model is another source of them, like, running out of time and budget, right? Shit. Bad. Oh, I guess I still get the monster. That's nice.
Get him! Please just go. Take this! Get him! Be calling. Now!
Gross. Wait, do you want me to talk to her down here again?
Once upon a time, there were 6 and 1 fal'Cie, and their story is a miracle. The destinies of the 6 were bound through the completion of a focus that belonged to the 1.
The 6. That was Lightning and Snow and the others. And the 1, that would be me?
Oh, that's why I'm getting confused. It's teleporting me around when I talk to them. That's better. Straight up Kid Caius' sword is a... cosmetic, I guess? Another Yule.
The goddess Etro saw that the
I love how
fulfilled their task.
they could all just be the same Yule and it would be fine. It wouldn't change
She
anything.
blessed the 6 and the 1 and one other, a child. And so she released them from the prison of crystal.
You mean it was the goddess who saved us that day?
Yes, but in doing so, she warped time itself. Etro was fading away, and she could not restore it. But perhaps
It seemed like it didn't
you had
work.
the power to repair the distortion, and perhaps you did.
Perhaps I did. What do you mean? Is it too late now?
The future? I can no longer see it.
Right, like...
I ended up here, and I can't seem to find a way out. I really need your help to get out of this bind. First, buy something from my shop. Then, look for an exit so I can get out of here.
These are all things I've seen before, I think.
Love you! And find that exit. Stat!
Yet another Yule.
You're Yule too. Which era do you come from?
Oh, she has a veil. That's different.
I am the one who lives in all the ages. I am the one who dies in all the ages. I am the one who suffers countless partings again and again.
Have you come to tell me something?
You summoned me here. In this place, you can see all your heart's desires come true.
I don't understand.
Look, this is the place where all time flows. The dreams of humanity are here washed ashore. A world without beginning or end. A world closed upon itself. Why do you want to change time? Why do you try to stand in his way? Why do you continue on this journey?
I really want to bring back the original ending of Final Fantasy 13-1.
You come closer to death. But now,
Your journey is over.
I don't understand.
You don't need to.
The thesis statement of Final Fantasy 13.
We have been crowned with eternal
get him!
Oh my god, I have Commando and Ravager, unfortunately.
Go on. Balance his feet.
So is that not a scripted loss? Okay.
Get him! Go on. Get him!
Try leveling up after this in case I fail again, which I probably will.
Take this! Get him!
Chain break? How dare you? Specifically requested that you not do that.
Take this! Go on. This should do it.
Fall into dark.
Your journey is over.
Oh, it kept playing through my death. It's funny. Let's see. I think these stats apply regardless of what roll I'm on. Sucks on all of these. So I'll do accessory capacity. Takes significantly longer to get a roll boost for... Oh, I'm so close to one, that's annoying. Let's See if that makes any difference. Am I not? No crown. Feral speed 2. Let's do the boring old HP up, I guess. Back and forth between these a bit. Nope, not like that. Alright, don't do that. Don't worry about trying to break him, because it looks like he just does chain break anyway. Try Saboteur, but I assume he's immune to everything, just because that's how this usually works.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, I guess I was able to debuff him slightly. That's nice.
Get it! Thanks, buddy. Take this! Now! Take this!
I got a stagger off, that's nice. And he did chain break because he's a jerk.
Wings of darkest night! Now! Take this!
Giga Graviton.
Thanks, buddy. New formation!
Good enough? Okay.
To live is without meaning.
Oh, phase 2. It did show that he had the re-raise.
You fight bravely. Gave up much more quickly than this.
What have you done to him?
He's dead.
He is living in a time and place where he knows only joy. He acknowledged his defeat, and now he is at peace.
never give in to you!
Zawarudo beam.
Child of miracles, traveler of time, guided by Etro, listen to me. Each time you fulfill a wish of your heart, someone else's dream is shattered. You conjure miracles, but when you do, the seeds of tragedy are sown in other lives. Are you prepared to bear that burden, that responsibility?
No?
But why, Caius? Why do you fight us?
Because I'm a dick. Oh.
Long ago, the goddess Etro rescued you and your friends from your fate as fal'Cie. For you, it was a miracle. For Yule, a sentence of death. In that moment, immutable history was transformed. Time was twisted. With each distortion of the future, the life of the Ceres was cut short. So often have I seen this. Seen her wilt before my eyes. When time is in flux, the future changes.
The idea of a repeatedly dying Ceres is neat. I don't hate the concept.
Tear down the foundations of history. Only then will your suffering come to an end.
I just don't think they've made us care about Yule. In fact, they've done the opposite. They've made us understand that there's like hundreds of expendable Yules.
But your meddling is over. I will slay the goddess and return everything to Valhalla. In a place without time or future, Yule will be free for eternity.
That little leather spike over his fist makes it really hard for him to pick things up. Oh, that was straightforward.
Surrender now to your heart's desire.
Something I hate about anime is like the certainty that nothing interesting just happened. We can just do stuff. We can just have characters like stab people and, you know. We know Null's fine. We know Sarah's fine. You can't have everything turned to 11 all the time.
Look at her, asleep like a baby. Hey, let's all yell Sarah at once.
Why don't you do it?
I'll get her up.
She has the less stupid costume now.
Hey, Sarah! Wake up! What are you doing sleeping out here?
It is a really nice day for a nap, I've got to say.
Is it? Maybe that was on purpose.
Where am I?
Not in your bed, for starters.
You still dreaming?
Maybe I am.
Hey, let's go.
Come on, Sarah.
Man, I'm hungry. What's for lunch anyway?
Didn't you just eat?
Have I really come back to New Bodom? Or is this just part of a dream?
Do you like the black and white sky? That's cool. This concept of like maybe just getting sent back such as you never change time is neat.
You were sleeping like a baby out there. You sure do have it easy, Sarah.
What do you mean? Do I really have it that easy?
Hey, I call them how I see them. Your students love you. You've never been sick once since we got here. Guess I'm saying you got it all. Or am I wrong? Anyway, you better get a move on. You know who's waiting.
You know who? Could I be dead? Caius did stab me.
Hey, there you are.
Snow! What are you doing here?
His old, less stupid costume.
What? I'm not allowed to hang out in my own place? You.
But you went looking for my sister. You left ages ago.
What are you talking about? Lightning hasn't gone anywhere that I know of.
What?
She's living right here with us ever since we got married, remember? Hey, you okay?
So she's a third wheel forever? I guess that's what Sarah wants.
It's okay, it's okay. Sarah, where are you going? Sarah!
This is like that Mad Hatter episode of Batman the Animated Series, the Matrix one.
Falling apart. Where did everyone go?
Oh, but this is probably my favorite part of the whole game up to this point, and it looks like it's already ending. Fun police are here.
Is this a dream world? Am I trapped? Am I the only one here? Is lightning here somewhere? Maybe snow?
Hey, what's up?
Is it really you?
Welcome home, Sarah.
Lightning, why are you here?
Because you want me to be.
You can see all your heart's desires come true.
You've changed history, and you're back where you belong. This is it. Your adventure's over. Sarah, come with me. Your family's waiting.
Yes. My family. That's right.
Don't do it, Sarah.
I'm home. My family are all here. Deep in my heart, the truth still glinted like a razor. This wasn't real. It was a dream. If I accepted it, my journey through time would end. But my sister was here. Snow was here. If I stayed, I would be with everyone.
I was really liking this sequence until she just explained
This
it.
is what I've been searching
Like,
for.
yes, we figured that
All
out.
this time, I'd found my home. I'd found happiness.
Live trigger. No. At least they made it a choice there. I was half expecting it to just
I
play out
couldn't
through
do it.
cutscene.
When I had lost faith in the future, Noel came and gave me hope.
Yeah, I wish they would have spent more time on this. Like, this would have been something they could have spent like an hour on, and it would have been a really good
He traveled
sequence.
through time to save others. Hope worked feverishly to save Cocoon. And then there was Vanille and Fang, trapped in crystal, holding Cocoon in the sky. I couldn't desert them to live in this world of dreams. I couldn't betray them.
I also would have preferred to have come to this sequence not after getting stabbed by Caius. Like, do like a fake ending thing.
Don't give up. No. That's not my sister.
Definitely say this is the best sequence in the game so far, although it's super truncated. And still
Who
has
was that?
problems.
And why is she trying to help me? Somebody is helping me, but no one's here. heard it before.
The black and white skybox is a neat way to get some more value out of the zone in a way that looks more interesting than the other skybox changes.
I don't see anyone, but I'm not alone.
Not far now.
I wonder if, I bet you, if I didn't loot this chest, I'd be able to loot it here in the dream.
There's nothing left.
So I think it's literally just the zone. I think they could have, like, had the goddamn common courtesy to remove those chests from the dream world. It's kind of help the illusion a little bit. Oh my glob.
Vanille! Vanille? Is that really you?
Well, that's a good question.
Does she really know
Put
Vanille?
it this way. It's the real me, but inside a dream. I'm still sleeping in the crystal pillar, you see. And you're dreaming away too. So it's like we're meeting inside each other's heads.
So this is a dream after all. But why did you come?
Because you needed help.
Oh, you've never met Fang before, have you? No.
We've come to pull you out of this
Okay, good. They
fantasy of
remembered.
yours.
You're trapped in a dream that never ends somewhere in the void beyond. If we don't help, you'll never wake up.
And that, my girl, is why we're here.
Come on, Fang.
Thank you.
We're just showing you a way out. You're the one who made the decision to wake up and leave this world. If you hadn't rejected the fake lightning, we would never have been able to reach you, and we'd still be stuck in
Thank you, Fang. Jesus Christ.
I almost believed her. The fake lightning, I mean. But then I remembered my sister is
The
fighting
fake
Valhalla.
lightning. Come on, y'all.
Snow and Hope, they're fighting their own battles as well. Out of all of us, I was the only one who was running away from the truth.
It's all right. Because now
I feel like
it's
this
your
entire
turn to help
sequence could have been done with almost no dialogue. Or at least no internal monologue. And no commenting on what happened, right? Just kind of leave it up to you to intuit what's happening.
Fang? Vanille?
You haven't said no to the fake lightning. That thing I just did wouldn't have worked. Okay.
See you around.
Bye.
Yeah, exactly.
No. I'll save you.
Can you imagine if, like, in the ending of Outer Wilds, the characters constantly, like, looked at the camera and tried to explain to you what symbolically was happening?
Guess what, Lightning? I met Vanille again. She saved me once 3 years ago, and today she came to help me. I owe her my life twice now. And I met Fang for the first time, too. We only talked a while, but she kind of reminded me of you. Even though they're still trapped in Crystal, they reached out to me, showed me a way out of my dream. One day,
Part of it is
I'm
show
going to pay
don't
them
tell,
back.
but part of it is just, like, trusting the audience to be able to intuit what you mean abstractly,
Whatever
right?
it is, I'm going to wake him out of it. And together, we'll find you, Lightning.
But I feel like there's this, like, terror that the audience isn't going to get it, right? Yeah. Told as it was happening and then recapped it immediately. I still thought the scene was pretty good, though. I gotta be fair to the game. I thought that was nice. It was less fucking ridiculous and baffling and out of order and didn't feature any red spheres talking to
I've come
me.
a long way, and it's all thanks to Noel.
And seemed like I feel like if you
That's why
cut
when I
almost
reached
straight to
Valhalla,
that
I want him with me.
immediately after you
So here I
you
am,
time travel the first
inside
time with
memory of
Noel,
a lost future.
it would have made sense if you just
Come to
cut
lead
everything
Noel
from
away
that point.
This cold, distant world.
If you could keep one time travel adventure between leaving New Bottom and getting stabbed by Caius, so that there was still the implication that she did something to change the timeline, right? You could cut literally everything else and it would be fine, I think. Does she have that as... Oh, I can't select it. Cool looking area. Big red max saturation sky. It's Behemoth.
Boy, oh boy. This one put up a tough fight. Hunting alone is harder than it looks.
No?
But this should do it for the birthday feast.
Just knocks her over.
No! This place, it must be Noel's dream world.
This is still the most interesting part of the game.
Caius!
Did you get one?
Yeah, all by myself.
You're improving.
Oh, come on, give him a different
It
costume.
must have been a difficult hunt.
Nah, it was as easy as anything. No problem. Too easy, in fact. I got bored.
Yes, you are ready to become the one true guardian.
Why does there have to be one true guardian? I don't get why I have to replace you.
Because, Noel, that is the way. You are ready to challenge me to a duel. If you defeat me, the sacred pact passes to you. Just as I
This
once
cool
defeated
Soul
my
Calibur sword.
What happened to him anyway?
I killed him. That is the law of the Guardians. There can only be one.
You don't want to draw on the rule of two for your fiction.
Noel, if you wish to succeed me, you must kill me.
Or on Highlander, I guess.
There's no way, Caius. I want to fight you, not kill you. You can't do this. I need more time before I can beat you. You can't just leave like that. I wanted to get stronger than Caius, so I began training with swords. I'd never beat him at his own style, so I went with 2 blades. If I didn't kill Caius, I couldn't become the next Guardian. But there was no way I was following some musty old rule like that. Problem was, I wanted the power of chaos that all Guardians were given. Caius Ballad, I wanted to stand at your side and help protect you.
Because of some dumb cultural bullshit.
But you, Caius, you left before I had the chance.
You literally weren't allowed to stand at his side. It sounds like there's like a Sith thing going on.
Mog?
We suffer. We struggle. Born only to die in pain.
It does work. Map of a dying world.
Come on, Noel.
Whoops. Okay. I like that though. I think I said this before, but I kind of wish this game started with Noel. Like, I wish that you played as Noel for like 3 or 4 hours or something at the beginning in this future. And then you went to Valhalla, and it's like a surprise that Lightning's there, right? And you're like, oh, this is how it ties into Final Fantasy 13. But I'm still confused because what's she in this weird place for? What's going on? I think they had an interesting set of basic ideas for this game, but then just didn't necessarily lay it out in the most interesting order. And I think that a lot of that was like reactive. I guess I wouldn't call it studio meddling, but it feels very like cynical that you have to play as Lightning at the beginning of the game, right? Kind of a cool sequence at the beginning, but also like not great for the game's pacing, I don't think. Because it kind of has the effect of like the wrestling thing where Lightning has to tell us to care about Noel. It's like, oh, well, I trust Lightning, so he must be cool. Like, she can like transfer her coolness to him. Yeah, exactly. They didn't have the connective tissue, and I don't think they had enough ideas, because most of the game is just like empty and repetitive. They required us to imagine this place before, which is fine, but I have a sense that this is something they were more excited about doing. Apocalypse Ash World, right? Pretty spooky looking. Oracle Drive. The thing that explains why Hope knows what the fuck to do. So like even this place is, you know, pretty empty, which makes sense for like the setting thing they're going for, but it's like they're doing a lot with a little. Depending on how this plays out, if I have to like fully explore this giant zone over here, I'm not going to be very happy. And I guess I'd rather they do that, do a lot with a little. Instead, both Final Fantasy 13 1 and 2 feel like they're like an attempt at an illusion that's going to pop at any second. Chocobo gonna die? Or Chocobo. These are not letting me go this way, it seems like. New fear is that if it wants me to Moogle everybody in the town, I hope not. Well. Shouldn't have lived in the hell future then. Oh, she's not dead?
You there? Are you lost
Oh
too?
my god,
I don't know
stop
how I
it.
ended up here, and I can't seem to find a way out.
Stop
I really need your help to
undercutting
get out of
the...
this bind. First, buy something from my shop. Then, look for an exit so I can get out of here.
The sound effect. Jesus.
Love you! And find that exit.
I have a lot of problems with Chocolina in a lot of different dimensions, but for undercutting any actually dramatic moments is a big part of it. Oh, he was just standing there the whole time. Okay, he just looked like all the other ones.
Hey, I'm back.
Hi, Noel. How was the hunt?
Oh, I bagged a huge one. I wanted something special for tonight.
You mean for my birthday? So you remembered.
How could I forget? Tonight's feast will be the best yet. Although, I wish we could have more people, like in the old days. Maybe a party with just 3 people will be kind of depressing.
No, it won't. It'll be lots of fun. As long as you and Caius come, it'll be great.
Well, okay if you say so.
Whoa. Sorry about that.
Yule! I was nothing but a disappointment. In the end, I couldn't save you. I couldn't accept her fate, or forgive Caius for leaving. But more than that, what I truly couldn't forgive was myself and my own helplessness.
Now I'm confused as to why they even had me use Mog in that sequence at all.
No, I'm not. Today's Yule's birthday, Caius. It's not the time for this. Look, I will fight you, but not to the death. And not until tomorrow. After I win, I'll receive the power of the Guardian. Then we can leave this place and protect Yule together.
Leave and go where?
To wherever other people are living, of course. I know there are more people out there somewhere. If we find them, Yule won't have to feel so lonely anymore. She'll feel happy again.
That is a vain hope, and you of all people should know it.
But there must be something we could do.
There is one thing. Kill me.
Not this again.
The heart of chaos beats in my chest. A manifestation of Etro.
Is that good?
Should this heart stop beating, the goddess will die once again. When the goddess dies, the chaos of Valhalla is unleashed. The chaos has the power to warp the timeline and destroy the past.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care how many times you ask. I'm not killing you.
If you cannot,
Didn't he just say, okay.
You must die instead.
What's the plan here?
We have been cursed with it.
Game was definitely not designed for one-on-one fights, and not on one-on-one fights that are constantly like knocking you down.
Wings of darkest night.
So weak.
To live is without meaning.
Okay.
It's as I feared. You are too weak.
I don't understand you, Caius. This talk of killing you and destroying the past. Do you think any of that will make Yule happy? Do you really?
I don't want to please her. I want to save her.
Where are you going? You're going to leave us just like that?
I shall go to Valhalla. I will kill the goddess and set Yule free.
And that's how Caius came to abandon us, and made Yule and I the last two humans left in the world.
And Chocolina. Something I associate with Nomura-esque storytelling is like really wanting things to be a surprise, even if it would be fine to just reveal it right away, right? It's not like total Shyamalan obsession with twists necessarily, but it's like this should be the opening of the game, I think. Like, it's completely fine to go in retrospect reveal what, you know, an amnesiac character's background was or what the villain's motivation was all along. But here I think it would have just been more interesting if this is how it started. And it was a surprise that it was connected to Lightning and Sarah.
Not long after Caius left us.
Yeah, I can't take Liam O'Brien seriously, unfortunately.
Before I knew what was happening.
Does Chocolina count as a human?
Are you okay?
It's a good question. Picture a version of this game where they make you care about Yule.
But I'm still not ready to say goodbye. I wish we could stay together.
At least with this game, I can like imagine a different version of it that would be better. I think Final Fantasy 13-1 is so busted that I can't even really tell you what you would have to change about it to make it sensical.
I have to cry. We will meet again.
When Yule died, I finally learned the truth about the Farseers and the fate of their Seeress. Each time a Seeress sees a vision of the future, she loses a piece of her life. She dies.
What you do is you play as Noel at the beginning for a bit. Maybe you play with Caius and Yule. Yule dies an hour or two into the game.
Caius chose to keep the secret.
You do some time shenanigans and you have to see her die a couple more times, so you get the sense that he's like suffering through
He knew
this.
all along what Yule's fate would be.
But they've managed to achieve the opposite emotionally, where I'm like, I'm not invested in Yule at all because I've already been informed that she's died a million times, right? Okay. Something like, was it Steins Gate does that?
I left on my journey, I thought that if I could become Etro's chosen warrior, like Caius,
It
then
works
I'd have
there.
the power I would need to change Yule's fate. So I set my sights on Valhalla, the home of the goddess.
Maybe you do a thing where it's like Noel is constantly trying to save Yule, and no matter what he does, she dies anyway. And comes into contact with Sarah, who wants to do that with Lightning, and he's like, "You can't save Lightning." Just like I couldn't save
Searched for Valhalla,
Yule, right?
I realized something. If it brought Yule
It's not great, but it's something.
If I died, so be it. Maybe somewhere deep down, below the layers of numbing pain, I wanted to fade away from this world completely. Ranks of obsidian mountains pierced the heavens. Bone-white deserts choked the world with sand. No matter how far I walked, I saw no one. No matter how long I waited, the gate of the goddess didn't open.
Yeah, it was a good scene.
I could no longer walk. The cold was seeping into my body. My heart beat slower, and for the first time I felt the hand of death reach out for me. I knew it was coming, and I didn't resist. Etro?
Noel, don't you remember me?
Sarah!
You've been living in a dream, Noel.
Actually, Etro.
You're happy here. And you would be forever. But I've come to take you away from it. I'm sorry.
What?
All dreams have to end sometime. You've helped me wake from mine.
Seems like we pulled him out of it in his unhappiest moments. Yeah.
We have to stick together, Noel.
Was it? Did they like change the scene? Is there a different? Okay.
The same road to travel. We will change the future.
All right. Well, the interesting part of the game is over. Here we go. Gog Magog, Chicago, Illinois. 60651, I think it was. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wonder if it was originally a Utopia dream and they like did all the scenes for it and then like, yeah, this is kind of dumb. We kind of need to explore his backstory more. You just kind of forgot to change the text there. It's very strange. It's our first time getting music, battle music from Final Fantasy, or 13-1. All right, team, we beat Gog Magog.
Let's go, Noel. It's time to change the future.
I can't.
What?
Listen to me, Sarah. The dream I've been having reminded me of something. The power to see the future, it's a curse.
But...
Yule died when she was only 15. Seeing the timeline exacts a terrible toll on the body. And Sarah, You can see the timeline too.
You mean I'm about to die?
You're okay right now. You haven't seen as much as Yule has. Not yet, anyway.
Okay, well, what's the threshold?
That could change. And soon. If we alter the past, you'll see a different future. You can't avoid that vision. The more we
This
change
game is
the
mostly
timeline,
nonsense.
the more history changes. And the more you see, the sooner the visions will destroy you. I know that I wasn't able to protect Yule, but try as I may, I can't remember what happened to her.
I feel like they need to do a thing where instead of it's like you physically die, your mind like shatters, right? That makes more sense.
If only I'd known the truth earlier.
I understand, Noel. But it doesn't matter.
It's at least emotionally resonant nonsense most of the time.
But Sarah...
Lightning sent me a message from Valhalla asking me to do just that. So let's change the future. Together. If we hurry, we just might do it in time. Then I wouldn't have to have any more visions. I'm going to believe that I get to Valhalla. What else can I do?
So I have to think, is this worse than Final Fantasy VIII Disc 2 and beyond?
Okay. I'm going to make sure you get there.
I think Final Fantasy VIII still like gets the like setting up the location, like getting an individual scene to play out.
Inside the dream world.
There must be a hint somewhere. Let's go back to where you were.
Going to space in Final Fantasy VIII is nonsense, and it's not well established why you're doing it. It just happens really quickly. But the scene itself is actually executed pretty well, I think. If you're able to accept the buy that in some version of the script, coming here made sense. You know, duct tape fire magic to your strength in this. As broken as the draw system is, I think it's more interesting, this combat system on the whole. Like, not theoretically this combat system could be super interesting. I just think the majority of the battles don't take advantage of it, or they give you too much freedom over it or something. I briefly saw the value of it in the first like 4 hours of the game before I leveled up enough to be able to beat fights with overwhelming force. I don't think I have him doing Ravager at all right now. Commando ability Meteor Javelin. Interesting. I just know that now. I don't have to like unlock it or anything. Oh, it's out of abilities. Okay. She is too. I didn't realize that. Ultima Arrow. So will that not be used by auto battle ever. I see. I think Final Fantasy IX, when you get to the part where the garland, when you're like in space,
If there's anything I can do
I think
for
that
you,
part's
just
mostly
holler.
nonsense, but pretty much everything leading up to that point's fairly reasonable. Or at least presented in a way that makes sense in the story.
Love you! And find that exit. Stat!
And I get that a lot of the stereotypes with Japanese RPGs of being about, like, you know, friendship is magic and stuff, that's often pretty shallow. But just like I think it's possible to do a kids movie well or a kids movie poorly, that there's like a gradient of quality there, whether the target audience is children or not. I think it's possible to do a story like this well or poorly. Makes sense. Yeah, what is FF8 about? That's a really good question. I'll tell you what 10 is about. I'm gonna keep coming back to 10 as a really great... keep saying, like, standard candle for JRPGs. It's not about growing up. Yeah, someone came up with the idea of a space tomb. My theory for 8 is that it's somewhat backed up by the facts that Sakaguchi got pulled off of it to work on the movie, and so only left the team with like bullet point notes of the ideas he was thinking of going for, and so they like implemented them as best as they could. But also they were up against a deadline with the Dreamcast, and so the game's mostly unfinished after disc 1. It's kind of a miracle that it works as well as it does. I feel like Final Fantasy X's about, like, you know, tradition, the value of tradition, you know, whether we should sacrifice the one for the needs of the many, whether the ends justify the means. It's not particularly amazing at covering any of those topics, but at least it's about something, right? It's nice. Six kind of has the element of identity. So I guess it's about a lot of things depending on which character you're following, since there's not really a main character. Secret plastic tube city that you just kind of go to. I had a more positive memory of secret plastic tube city before playing it again on stream. I didn't realize how like abrupt it is that you just kind of go there and it's just there, and the continent's mostly empty. Like, I could see that being a much more epic build-up and you spending quite a bit more time there and learning about it. But nope, we just run pretty much straight into President Laguna. Yeah, which heretofore has not been a plot point.
Sarah, I gotta thank you for not forgetting about me. You're the reason we made it this far.
Come on, Noel. You're not just the future.
Which is fine. Lunar Cry is a really neat idea.
As well now.
It's kind of a rad, like, sci-fi fantasy concept. But it can't be, like, just introduced in disc 3. I think when I play Final Fantasy VIII, though, I can do the thing where I imagine what the game could have been like if they had more time to fill in some of the spaces. And so because my brain can fill in the blanks, I can appreciate it a little bit better. Here, there's so many blanks to fill in, right? Especially in 13.1. This one's better. Seven's kind of a shit show too, but I'd say that has some themes. With Cloud being a nobody.
Look!
Blade Runner 2049 did Final Fantasy VII much better than Final Fantasy VII.
The future that Noel fights to protect.
Yeah, exactly the same.
She believed that someday they would see each other once more.
You don't have to cry. We will meet again.
13.1 didn't have the equivalent of the tower that you're going to on the horizon, right?
I promise I'll never say I regret knowing you. Not anymore. I'm not going to rest until I find him again.
Grab the D12.
Come on. Let's change the future.
The Oracle Drive.
Hey.
He's back!
I think he got scared and was hiding here all the time.
The spirit of Mog had been sealed up somewhere inside the void beyond. Although he could see everything we did, he couldn't make us see him. He said lightning came to rescue him, and that's how he got back to us. Then, Mog told us he had a message from my sister. It was the truth about Caius.
We need to talk, Kubo.
Okay.
Mog, tell us what you know.
Kubo!
Right, exactly,
I
Aki.
know all about Caius, Kubo. The fal'Cie are guardians
You
were
lost your
given a
memories
mission.
as we equipped summons.
They had to protect the Cirrus. They were fal'Cie, Kubo.
Guardians were servants of the fal'Cie.
Except Irvine.
Can that really be true? Does that mean Caius is a fal'Cie?
Not anymore, Kubo. He was saved by the goddess. Etra freed him, and he's not a fal'Cie anymore, Kubo.
Okay.
That's exactly what happened to me and Lightning. We were fal'Cie, and the goddess intervened to free us.
Kubo. But Caius became immortal too. He's lived for centuries and centuries at the side of the Cirrus. He protects her always, the undying guardian, Kubo.
He's heard every prophecy that the Cirrus has seen. He knows the entire timeline. Those memories and his immortality give him tremendous power. Someone like him could easily move through history and bend and mold events as he wants.
Kubo.
So, he's been plotting for centuries.
Yes. He's been behind everything from the very beginning. Now we know who the enemy is. It's up to us to stop him.
Only now did you know?
Where did my sister go? After she helped you, I mean.
She's waiting for you at the end of time, Kubo.
Bad guy McEyesword. only now you realize is the bad guy?
So I guess this is how dreams end.
This is just the beginning.
Yeah, exactly.
I've traveled the world of dreams, and at last I know the truth. It doesn't matter how tough the going gets now. I know I can face any challenge. I found it, Lightning. Hope. In the midst of despair.
Not that Hope. Smiling. Just cuts to Hope scowling. I was really surprised with how much I ended up not liking 12 on a replay too. I think 12 has a good story. It's just that the story is like something you'd put in a history book or in like the setting backstory for a world. And that the actual characters in the plot have no agency and don't do anything really ever.
I wonder if anyone is here.
Let's look.
Like all the actions happen between like nation states. That was a pretty cool looking vista over here. It's weird that they let me jump when they force me to walk like this.
No doubt about it. This is your village. The time
Well, that's cool.
This is far in the future, after mankind is gone.
This can't be the fate the world is moving towards.
I like that. Yeah, exactly.
Come on, Mom.
Go, Mom. Kupo.
Come on, Mom.
Be really close to it. I don't know if he's sad because he didn't get anything or because he can't change that thing. Gargonzola. I think this is the first interesting time travel variant of a zone where it doesn't just feel like a skybox change. I like that they saved it. Yeah, I agree. Certainly a bit silly of a name for an enemy in like this zone. I also feel like the ambient music should probably play through battles here. They were doing that earlier, and I was like, oh, that's nice.
I wonder if it leads somewhere.
That
Lightning?
Oh.
What are you doing
Oh, you're
here?
This is a future that I could not save.
First down dinner before.
Is that really you, Lightning?
I'll mute while you take things out of the bag.
Doubt me?
Hey, it's Andrea.
No, it's good to doubt. You're growing up.
I knew it. It is you, isn't it? I've been looking everywhere for you. Where have you been? What was that dream you made me see? Why did you make me come out here?
Just listen, Sarah. I'll explain everything. Everything that's happened to me in the past, and about the one who wants to destroy the future. More than one miracle took place that day.
Oh, wow, she's talking way louder now.
Cocoon was saved by Fang and Vanille's sacrifice. We awoke from our crystal sleep, and our brands were gone. It was Etro's blessing that was our salvation. A gate opened into the unseen realm, and through it, the goddess gifted us with her mercy.
Well, how much more she sounds like Liara in this game.
That's our home. Cocoon.
No, we've already talked about that.
Must be your first time seeing it from the outside, huh?
Yeah. Daddy!
It reminded me of you, and why I had to go on.
I felt a whirlwind of emotions.
You're the reason I'm standing here.
A large part of it was happiness, and relief was there too. But somewhere inside, I still felt
Well, it's weird because the game doesn't have any audio
Vanille
settings.
And Fang were gone.
You can't set
And the
BGM
world
sound
hung
effects or
in
voice
silence.
settings.
Our fight
But the
had just
FMVs
ended,
and
but I
random
couldn't
NPC
relax.
barks are at a reasonable volume, but the rest of the
A
dialogue is
new
not.
battle was about to begin. What is that?
Watch out!
The events of that day tore open a portal to another world.
Get off me!
And from the depths of the rift appeared a darkness that had no place in our world. An irresistible force that dragged me away to the edge of time. The screams of the dying had unlocked a gate. A door that led directly to the throne of the goddess.
I love the idea that from her
Etro
perspective, this
waited
happened
beyond the
immediately
gate
after the end of
and
Final
sent
Fantasy
her
XIII
miracles to
1.
the human world. But a creeping darkness slipped through and threatened to devour our reality. Etro closed the gate and warped the timeline. Time's flow was altered, and existence itself was distorted.
Do you feel like this all comes out of a regret
The
of not
darkness caught me
having
in its
Lightning
embrace
sacrifice herself at the
and
end of the
wrote
first
me
game?
out of history.
It seemed like they were obviously building to that and then just like did Vanille and Fang instead. Yeah.
Where am I? Valhalla. Beyond time. Beyond life.
I think this
and
whole
death.
concept would be like way cooler
Another
if they had
world of
just
shifting
if they didn't have
gloom.
to include this element of right
The
after the
chaotic
ending I got
realm of the
warped back in
goddess
time for some
Etro.
reason. Like if it was just this is what happened to Lightning after she
power had
sacrificed
brought
herself
me
to
to this
save
alien
Cocoon.
shore?
This is just what happens when you do that, right? That would be kind of spooky and cool. But as with everything in 13.2,
From Valhalla's heart,
they need to have
I
like
could track the
two
entire
things for every
span
one
of
thing.
time. I gazed upon the future of mankind and sensed Etro's divine will. The goddess was fading away. If her spirit should cease to be, the world would descend into entropy. I made my choice. I will fight. This man, Caius Ballad, he seeks to destroy all hope and bring an end to the future. Though the battle might be endless, I will never give up. Etro
Is
has
that what
chosen
Caius
us,
seeks to do?
her champions, and we cannot fail.
He wants to protect
It all started with
you.
Valhalla, is that right?
Are we saying he's
Whatever came from
crazy?
there created the paradoxes.
He's trying
Caused
to
the gates to appear.
protect
twisted the
her
timeline.
by
Lightning.
not letting the timeline change? I don't know.
I don't know. It was an enormous power, something that shouldn't exist in this world. Only Etro can control the power and keep it contained in Valhalla. If she were to disappear, there would be nothing to stop it.
Etro is not introduced in 13.1 in any way, right? Or is it like
Plans
buried
to
in a
find
codex
Etro
somewhere?
sleeping in her temple, kill her, and release the power. The chaos would be unleashed into the world of humans, into our world, through the unseen gate.
A gate?
When a person dies, her soul flies to the other world and passes through that portal. If a great many people die at once, the gate must open wide to let them through.
For example, if Cocoon should fall.
Exactly. It would be unstoppable. The power of chaos would gush through the gate like floodwater through a broken dam.
What would happen to the world then?
Chaos would infect everything. It would become pure entropy, without life, or death, or time.
No life or death. You mean like Valhalla? That's what Caius is after! If he can bring down Cocoon, millions of people would die, and the power of chaos would turn this world into another Valhalla.
Yes. Caius is trying to create a world where time does not exist. If he can erase time.
Yule would be saved, and not just Yule. All the Seeresses down through the ages. They'd be released from their curse. He wants to sacrifice Cocoon to rebuild the world in Valhalla's image, all for the sake of Yule.
That's why you were fighting Caius in Valhalla. You're protecting Etro.
We have to face Caius on two fronts, in Valhalla and in the world of humans. If we don't, we won't be able to change the future. I can't do it on my own. I need your help.
Lightning then told us what would happen to Cocoon. In 500 AF, the old Cocoon would collapse and fall into pulse, the crystal pillar no longer strong enough to support it. By that time, Hope in the Academy would have completed
Part of the whole, like, they built this gigantic lore for this setting and then just
to launch it, Caius would intervene. He would smash it into the old
didn't know what to do with it, I guess.
So we have to travel to 500 AF.
At least they didn't just, like, completely make it up in this game, is what I was worried about.
If we can change this prophecy, then the true timeline will finally be restored.
Yes. Everything will depend on you. I have to go to Valhalla and stop Caius there. Can you do it?
We can do it.
Does this all you Nordic gods?
Right.
No, there's no Nordic
Your
gods.
good luck charm will show the way.
That's just the name of one place. Thanks, Mog.
Hey, Lightning.
We can immediately leave the most interesting zone variant.
When all this is over,
One thing at a time, Sarah.
the truth is, I didn't want to let her go. I'd come so far to find her, I was afraid to lose her again. But I had to be strong, for her sake. She had her own battles ahead of her. So I swallowed the words I wanted to say and hid my fear. It was the hardest thing I ever did.
The Moogle hunt is now better than ever. When you spot mysteriously glowing treasure chests, press RB to have Mog help you obtain the item inside. Okay, there's been exactly one item I've seen that he hasn't been able to open, so...
Go, Mog.
Why is the Moogle hunt better than ever? Yeah, they were like really into the... I mean, I've made that mistake before. I've done Dungeons and Dragons campaigns where I spent weeks and weeks and weeks coming up with the Pantheon and stuff, and then we play one session and then never play again. I'm very sorry, Andrea. Because of this.
Go, Mog.
You there! Are you lost too? I don't know how I ended up here, and I can't seem to find a way out. I really need your help to get out of this bind. First, buy something from my shop. Then, look for an exit so I can get out of here.
So, like, do people assume there's no gravity in the boot that without the of a bra. Why do they think we wear bras?
I love that that's, of all the things to complain about, that's the first thing you jump to.
Boobs are perky like that.
Andrew, I'm in a post-apocalyptic ruin of my town. Everything's destroyed. And here's the merchant lady. Who's given up the use of her hands because she's wearing like a wing thing that her hands go in, so she doesn't have opposable digits. Never seen her do it.
Go, Mog. Go, Mog.
I think something similar happened with Final Fantasy XIV. 14 also has a bunch of gods that are completely irrelevant, at least for the first like 4 expansions.
Can you hear me? I'm sending you the access codes for the supply spheres. The final battle with your ultimate nemesis draws near. I hope the contents are of some use to you.
Well, that's kind of cool. It's like
Good old Hope.
Leela leading the
He's
message.
still helping us fight.
I guess the future is in our hands now.
Why would that be Hope, though? I guess he's the only one who knows him in the future? Whatever.
Come on, Mog.
Oh, cool. We got put to sleep. That's neat. I think every Final Fantasy and almost every turn-based RPG struggles with mechanics that cause you to lose control of your character, but it feels especially bad in this one since you're only controlling the one character. And just kind of the way the auto battle works.
Lightning can't remain beyond the boundaries.
There's a couple abilities that do that too, right? There's Pain.
I was finally able to talk with her. And it's all thanks to Noel.
Let's go keep on if we pull it off.
Hit by that and die, and it's not your fault, right? Give a mouse a cookie.
I eat the rest of it.
Let's go.
I guess this is it, huh?
We've been given a second chance by the goddess herself.
Don't die.
We're going to save the cocoon that Hope built.
Yep. And save the future, too.
Somewhere else in time.
Hey, Caius. You told us you wanted to save Yule by destroying the world. That if you could take away our future, Yule wouldn't have to see any more prophecies and she wouldn't have to die. You really are a fool. Yule never wanted the world destroyed. She never gave in to despair. In the end, when she died, she was smiling. She saw a future of hope. Caius Ballad, I'm going to fight you and show you the truth. I'm going to show you the future that Yule really wanted.
Oh god, academia.
The time foretold in the prophecies is here at last. It is 500 AF, and the crystal pillar that supports Cocoon is starting to crumble. The people of Academia have been evacuated to the new Cocoon. Now all that remains is to launch the Ark into the sky. It is the moment of reckoning. Destruction and rebirth hang in the balance. Two futures, two possibilities, and a battle to determine the fate.
Looks like this is Academia, but with floating cubes. Yeah, right. Right. It's not quite the, like, choreographed ballet, which is what 14 fights feel like.
Look, it's like it's turning into Valhalla.
It's cubes everywhere.
The prophecy. The pillar's going to crumble any moment, and then the old cocoon will fall.
I don't see any of the people. You think they've already
I seriously think they should have just cut several of the worlds we visited so far. Just completely cut them.
I'll bet that's Caius's target.
Cut Snow in the Flan jungle.
Must be the moment that Hope launches his new
Snow
cocoon.
being there was confusing and didn't really seem to advance Sarah's character at all. Okay, it's a jumping puzzle?
What's going on? Bursts of chaos are warping reality, Kubo.
Don't want the Promise Keeper achievement.
We have to stop Caius fast.
Guess who's here?
You look way too serious. It's like you're about to head off to a final showdown with your nemesis or something. If that's the case, you should spend an absurd amount of gil at my shop. It might help you win. Come on, lighten up and pull that gil out of your wallet.
Need components now is the problem? Still not completely clear how all this works. Should I get those as specific drops from somewhere or something? Yeah, exactly. And I feel like Snow not being here at all would make the story more interesting, to be honest. Like, create some tension with her and Null.
What matters is whether I win or lose in this game called life.
Watch. If you follow the movements closely, you can see there's some sort of pattern.
If we get the pattern down, we can get past them.
Kind of sad that I've never had to change monsters. But also, it's like so expensive to level them up at all. I guess I get all the way to level 62? What the fuck? Yeah, but I've never had a fight fail because of that. And I can't tell what the difference is, because I switched to the other healer and it doesn't have Raze or Asuna or Kurasa. Oh, I turn around. Whoops. We're already too late. There's a secret OP monster you get by throwing Mog into a random flower patch on the weather-changing map. If I already have a healing monster that's strictly better than Ketchi, just let me know. I will switch to it. I don't know how to do the analysis to tell which one's better without actually spending all of the limited resource to level them up. Zodiac Spear-like. Have a... Planeter, Spiranthes, that's it? Yeah, and like, Planeter... What was the problem with Planeter? I think I tried using him briefly. He's really expensive to level up. Maybe I can afford it now. I think I used this one for a while too. It was nearing cap, I guess. If you think one of those is better than Ketchi, let me know and I'll switch off. The situation's right. I don't understand why she doesn't use... Force that more often. Easy, potentially early clear, maybe. Oh, that's not great. That's specifically single target, I guess. Ultimate arrow is multi-target. Okay, I can try dumping on it, because I don't think I need those level up options for anything else right now. At least it has Asuna now. This is all of my resources for the whole game for engines. And I was only able to get it to level 15. Do you think it's probably still better than Ketchi? Might be able to buy some of those and go check. Yet though, does he? He died instantly, probably due to being too low level. Medic out immediately in this fight or something? I don't know what's causing me to die so fast here. These enemies just are like mathematically stronger than me, or they're like locking me down, or they have buffs or something. One of my general problems with Final Fantasy 13, it being difficult to like understand what's happening on the screen when things are going badly. Nope, even starting with him in the group, still no good. It's the first random battle in 16 hours. It's gonna require me to be on Sentinel with somebody or something. Different enemies this time. Whoops.
Chocolina's shop.
Engines, I think I need. They are for sale, although they're quite expensive. Ridiculously expensive, actually. Planet Earth starts requiring that, so I don't think I was even able to level him up from the time I unlocked him. My god, every level up costs... How, 6,000 gil per level? That can't be right, can it? I'm gonna go broke if I just buy all these. And then it could be a complete waste of money.
It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. The only thing that matters is whether I win or lose in this game called life.
Yeah, exactly. Great. There's some unit. Oh, he's secretly okay.
Try this!
New formation!
The difference in difficulty in this area and the zone I was just in is like night and day. I don't understand. Like the 700 AF Bodum area was, everything was just dying trivially. And now suddenly everything has a ton of health and hits like a truck. And then there's also some battles that are just trivial, so maybe it's just Final Fantasy 13 things. Tell him that the game expected you to level up. Oh god, is chat clearing broken? This thing's twitchy. No worries. What are we talking about cores without a guide? Like, there was no hunting for cores. It popped up with 6 zone names and said, hey, go here and get these cores. And I was like, oh, where's the quest guide to recap where those zones are? There was no quest guide, so I had no guidance as to where to look. So then I looked up the locations, and the locations were all absurd, bizarre, hidden log corners and like the little edges of zones. Like, that's not like a core gameplay loop that I'm supposed to go find them via doing a bunch of side quests, right? There's not like an NPC that says, oh, if you turn that corner, that's where the thing you're looking for is. Are you just saying that by like turning all of those zones completely upside down that I might accidentally stumble into the cores? I didn't like use a guide for Final Fantasy 13. I didn't write down a thing that popped up and looked up where it was, and then those locations were all like stupid scannables in the zone. There weren't any of the quests or anything that I skipped in those areas. Sorry if I sound frustrated, it's with the game. If that's what it was actually expecting me to do, that's profoundly stupid. The Twitch API got broken recently, so there's some commands like chat clearing that I don't think will work. Okay. So, but let me just be clear though, like, the problem is that the game isn't balanced for just playing it. That I am expected to do some side quests here, and that those side quests have nothing to do with the graviton cores, right? Those are completely disconnected from each other. Yeah, those enemies just run in and one-shot the Planeter. I seem to do okay damage at first.
How could this happen?
Do you, by saying that, do you think that the developer's intent was to go to areas with level 1 enemies and run around not running away from the fights and getting to all those fights repeatedly to level up to be ready for this area? I don't believe that that can possibly be true. Like, only one of those zones was close enough to on level for me for it to give me a meaningful amount of XP, right? All of the other ones were low-level zones that were giving no XP and were pointless to fight. I don't understand how the padding could even produce a higher level, because all of the padding was in low-level zones at that point. It's the Proto beam up again. If it just ends up being Final Fantasy X-2, where they made a game that assumed everyone was going to try to 100% it, and so the math just fundamentally doesn't make sense if you don't do all the side quests, that's fine. I'm just trying to clarify that it doesn't have anything to do with the stupid graviton core thing. I don't even see how that could possibly be true, is why I'm losing my mind over it right now. associate time when you're lost with time when you're exploring.
Thanks, buddy. Sorry.
Okay, I get one shot by the Proto Behemoth. I honestly can't even say what to do to level up at this point. I guess I could try to find the easy fight that spawns here towards the entrance. Not this one.
New formation.
Any of them even be D-shell? Why would this zone suddenly have the difficulty spike, though? If they're expecting you to side quest, like, wouldn't there have been a spike in Bodum 700 AF? I'm sorry, I see this as an unforgivable sin. Like, you can't just make the game and then have it not just be playable from beginning to end, right? You can't just fuck up the balance of the final dungeon like this out of nowhere. When it's one thing to have a game like Dragon Quest, where the game is constantly expecting you to do a ridiculous amount of grinding in order to keep up with the curve of the game. But this game I've just been able to play for 16 hours, then all of a sudden it's like hard. Oh, that's cool. I can jump like that. I wouldn't have expected that. And not hard like challenging, just like the math is now unfair. They knew you couldn't get out of there, maybe. Yeah, this is shockingly bad. I had a lot of problems with 13.1, but at least the math didn't just fundamentally collapse like this at the end of the game. It got pretty stupid with some specific fights that had annoying abilities, but... Yeah, Xenoblade at least had persistently stupid math throughout the whole game. Or at least that was maybe predictable. Like, it was always that weird World of Warcraft level matters most to the calculation math, right? Oops. Just a fall checkpoint. Nowhere else to go on this side as far as I can tell. Yeah, exactly. He just summons no matter what, and I can't stop him, it looks like. I think once it's here, I've already lost. Honestly, I can't even think of much of the optional content that I've encountered. Like, I did basically every optional thing that I was able to encounter prior to today's episode. I did that whole silly ice world with all the goofy side quests.
We're gonna win.
Platter hasn't raised yet, right?
Get him! Not good. Keep your guard up. Is that my fault? Now! Get him! Is that my fault? Now!
I don't know if it makes more sense to try to squeeze out a victory against one of these random enemies to get some slight level ups here.
We're gonna win! Sorry. Take this!
Let's do it.
I don't think that happened in Skyrim, did it? And now we die. One shot even with full buffs. Cool.
How could this happen?
All right, future Marstead. This game is really bad now. It was previously just frustrating and stupid, but now it's just dumb. So maybe look up where to go to level up at the end of Final Fantasy 13 too, because you're way under leveled apparently, even though you've been on level for every other piece of content you've been encountered so far. Nothing else has even come close to suggesting that you're under leveled for stuff until just now. So yeah, just Google it, and you're gonna have a bad time. Next episode might just be doing battles over and over until God knows when. Save. Okay, that worked.